Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome. Hey, Bill. Hey, Kevin. Hey, Martin. Derek, thanks for the gifted memberships. Hey, B. McNichol and Rick. Morning, Bob. Hey, Stewart and Scope, Spectra, Aetherline. How are folks? Hi, Dan Bob. Welcome. What else do we have? Birdman Anyweather, John Zhang. Let me put my phone away before we get some unexpected moderators. Let's do this view because that's a whole lot better than looking at the blurry, very tall box turtle in front of me. How is everyone? Hey, Tuxedo. Hey, Christoph and Paul and Murph. Hey, Rick and Brain Twist, John, Armor 3D. Everyone's here. Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh, perfect framing. So we're going to be working on this. We're going to put the enclosure on, which is going to completely block my view of everything because it's going to be like this tall. But we're going to do it and we're going to figure it out. The other things we're going to do is I did start, this needs to be disassembled and modified, but the brush, we want to integrate the brush onto the box turtle. And once we're done with that, then we're going to move on to looking at Jabberwocky. The intent is next stream to install Jabberwocky on here, but kind of get a peek at it today. Gonna need Uri mode, I know. I need to change all my camera angles. Hi, Pedro. How are you? Hey, Lewis. Hey, Holtz. I'll see you in a few days. Hey, Mark. Hey, Joey. Joey. We got Phoenix running on generic Cartesian kinematics and IDEX. Right there. Very, very, very much looking forward to taking it to Orange County Maker Faire this weekend. And then next month to Vice. Oop, let's show the good side. Vice. So, hey Zadi. Thunder Keys, welcome. Okay, so I really cleaned off the desk today because I needed every inch of space. Block most of my view there. I did not print a unique hex tray for this. Uh-oh, my mouse is starting to go. My mouse is starting to go. Here, let me get it plugged in when I'm not using it so I don't run out of. There we go. It can sit there and charge for a bit. Derek, member for 40 months. Wow. Thank you, sir. You're welcome. Need to order a Vice mug. Yeah, that's shaping up to be a pretty big event. I think Taco has done a ridiculously good job of putting that together. And I'm sure all the other folks that have assisted with that. We have the box turtle working well in rep firmware. Awesome. Have to use a cutter though. Too lazy to figure out the tip forming. I don't blame you. Tip forming is for the birds. Thunderkeys, thanks for being a member. I am going to enjoy the build. Always enjoy the build, right? That's the motto. Looking forward to seeing you at IRF. Yep, I'll be at IRF. That's so many events every other weekend, which is going to significantly impact streaming schedules. Just no way around it. However, I'm going to Form next and not missing any streams. That's the plan. I'm leaving Monday and I'm coming back Saturday. Hey, Francois. Hey, Thomas. Well, I have a hex tray that was printed on the box turtle, so this is the one I'm going to use. Okay, this box is surprisingly heavy. It is a very heavy box. Not missing any streams for Form next. I'm going to miss every other weekend, every other stream for the next few, which is really going to cut into the upcoming builds. It's just going to extend the times. Whatever. We're just here to have fun. Hey, Scott. Hey, Bugo. The packaging I mean, similar to the Boxturtle itself. I think they've done a good job on the packaging. Oh, I got a random BMG idler gear here. Put that in the BMG box. Okay, let's see here. Let's get a little down. There we go. One of those kits laying around making me feel guilty because it's not built yet. Well, there you go. You can build along with me. We have stuff. We have foam tape. We have some die cut foam gasket stuff. We have seal material, rubber seal. 4.5 meters of it. Andrew. Hey, Kyle. Okay, so behind me here, I've got a pretty clear table, minus some Jabberwocky parts that are printed. Aha! It does come with a Polymaker dry dock. So, checking that out. What else we got here? Hey there, Ranch Kid. Okay, a bunch of extrusions. We won't open those up yet. Let's just set everything out of that. You can come up here, Oscar. It's okay. More extrusions. Hardware kit. We'll leave this up here. Spare fasteners. There. And then this is a big part of the weight. A lot of panels. Ooh. Is that a new bottom panel? Nice. Okay. Hopefully I have everything to do with that. Hey, Scotty dog. Sweet. Bottom panel. I'm liking it. Okay, so that's it. Ooh. Let's put out the cat trap. That was basically cheating. See if they both get in there at the same time. Hi, Neil. Oh, hey, Neil. Micron, I haven't gotten back to tuning it. I hope I don't get caught in the same trap I did the first time. I don't think so. The whole thing is in a much better state than the first time. Hey, Adam. Black Point. I got a new fun part from Mr. Vitali. So before I do input shaper and then pressure advanced tuning, I'm gonna put this guy on here. So there's two things I'm hoping. I'm hoping that it fits well and makes for a nice rigid X carriage, but I'm hoping it also fixes my toolhead tilt issue. So I need to throw that on there. I'd like to do some sort of content with it. Maybe we jump on Discord one of these evenings and get it installed. But so keep an eye out. Hey, Tanya. Yeah, so it's listed for Dragon Burner and stuff, but if you go to the page on Vitali's site, it does list Anthead as compatible. So this is really, I mean, Vitali, you've seen some of his early stuff. It was all very functional. Now it's just gorgeous. Everything, there are no offset, like flip part offset issues. It is just ridiculously good job. So, okay, anyway, little aside there. Let's look at documentation. So in the description is a link to the Boxturtle documentation, and my mouse is sitting there charging. I'll grab it here in a second, but armored terminal documentation. So the goal here is to get this done today. So, oh. Sorry, Oscar. I used the air compressor yesterday and forgot to turn it off, so it leaked down enough to cycle. You probably didn't hear it. It's a California Air small compressor. It's super quiet, but much improved on the dock site since you built it 6 months ago. Nice. Put a Boxturtle on my switch wire. Very excited. Just need to know what I'm going to do with the tool head. Yeah. Installed Vitali's AB and gantry stuff on my Trident. So sweet. We will be doing that. So we'll be installing the Vitali gantry stuff on the Mad Max build, which is the Tridex rebuild. So we're converting Tridex to a Mad Max setup. So anyway, get the mouse back here. It's got enough charge. Okay, so Armored Turtle documentation. If we go over to the assembly manual, there should be, so we have a whole bunch of things. I have one of those California Air ones that worked. It's dying though, I need to rebuild it or something. Yeah, this is a little aluminum tank, 8-gallon, I think. Small. I got rid of my old Craftsman ridiculously loud thing. Okay, so we're gonna do the Boxturtle enclosure, but what I feel like I wanna cover first is this AT brush. So this is a little nozzle brush. I have not test fit this other than realizing some changes I wanted to make for it to fit my particular build here. Not going to go hybrid Core XY on the Mad Max. No, right? Yeah, I want to simplify it, Joey. So further future changes, who knows? But okay, so if we go to AT brush, there is, this is a little nozzle brush solution. It uses a bamboo A1 or A1 mini brush. We cycle through the instructions. So printing guidelines. We know the primary color here for me is a dark gray. An accent color is a silver. So how do I actually set that? So shouldn't this have changed silver? Shouldn't that have changed silver? Anyway, there's some heat sets to put in. Oh, there's been a change. Well, that's interesting. The files I downloaded didn't have this heat set. It is silver? That looks awfully green to me. I'm not crazy, right? It's okay. The one worked, primary worked, accent apparently didn't. Let's go to the next page. Maybe it'll show up in a further one. Green is the new silver. See a lot more going on than extrusions and panels. Any color you want, as long as it's green. Exactly. That's okay. It's whatever. Next. So I've already assembled most of this. I'll take it apart, but I wanted to just kind of go through the we all are. To reprint now. So one of the things I changed is I didn't want to use nylon lock nuts in the design. We've learned long ago, the Voron dev team, that nylon lock nuts really just like to spin in printed parts apparently, eventually. So I modified the parts to use heat set inserts, and then I took a page from Jared from the Galileo 2 and reduced the diameter of the hole beyond the insert to act as a thread into plastic, so it does give that lock nut style function. So let's go ahead and pull this thing apart and I'll show you what I did. So this thing should be able to, I think this can pop up out of here, but oh no, there might be a screw there. But if we pull this thing apart, you'll see I've got to redo 2 pieces on this anyway, this back piece. Looks like it's just an issue on step 4. Okay. So we got a couple of screws here, and then so this has some friction to adjustment. So there's a screw here that adjusts the height. So here you go, adjust the height, and then there's a screw here that adjusts the depth, right? So we got to pull this height adjustment out. Hey, James. Just an issue on step 4. Okay. Hey, Boydie. Hey, Rick. Okay. So there we go. So this has I stacked up a metal washer and a nylon washer to take up any play there because I didn't want any play. Micron. Oh, you're doing it in salt? Interesting. So, and then there's a heat set here. So this whole thing comes out. There's heat set there, and beyond that heat set, the rest of this hole is printed at 2.9 or 2.8 millimeters, so that it threads in past the heat set. So the parts turned out pretty good. I had to adjust this down to give room for the heat set to go in. The adjustments I made to these parts is because I have the grill set up in my Z umbilical, I needed to shift the part over as much as I could. So I made that part smaller, and then that required an adjustment here. Made a little adjustment here, just to make sure I had clearance everywhere. So, Hilbert pattern, of course. Silver, any of these metallic filaments really really show off that Hilbert pattern. What blue is that? What blue is what? Sorry, I missed it. What blue? Did I show a blue thing anywhere? Or are you kidding? Okay, let's get a heat set, a couple of heat sets on here. Just a couple of quick heat sets into here, and then we'll get this assembled and move on to the enclosure. Oh, the gray is coming off as a bit bluish. This is KVP graphite gray. Okay, let's just get these in here real quick. I know it's just off camera. But there we go. Ooh. It's a little warm out here. It doesn't help that I'm drinking hot coffee. Exploring. We'll leave the camera, the boxing camera view. Okay, so anyway, we go through here. This stuff goes all together. Washers, like I said, I used the nylon washer for mine. A few different options. You can use the A1 Mini or the the A1 Mini, the A1, or a wire brush. Heck, Ian. AC, no, it is on. It's just, I'm moving around a lot cleaning up this morning. So all this goes together. And then it attaches to the back of the, this will be a tight fit. Removing our printer's rear panel to gain proper leverage might help. So we're gonna try without it. And then a couple of M5s. And then you can put this on and adjust all the stuff. So, to where it fits. So let's go here. Let's see if we can get this on here. First, we need to recover the screw here. Get it up in here. Yep. This guy. Yeah, the documentation is really nice. Huge Dino. Has your Green 52 already converted the tool head for Boxturtle? Oh yeah. Yep. And part of this little, hopefully 2-stream series is the enclosure for Boxturtle, and then this brush, and then the Jabberwocky tool head. So thanks to LDO for providing the enclosure and the Jabberwocky parts. So anyway, this goes in here. Just gonna take it to where it's flush. And then there is no play whatsoever on here. I was getting play with the nut solution, but part of that was because I refused to use the nylock nuts. So if you use the nylock nuts, it might be fine. But anyway. Less than 3 weeks. I'm not even thinking about 3D Printopia yet, Liz. And welcome. I've got Orange County Maker Faire, and I'm leaving on Friday, and I'm building a new transportation platform for Phoenix. I'm rebuilding Phoenix, and I'm getting everything else ready to take. So, okay. So the big thing here with my particular setup, and let's see if we can get some. Woo. There we go. So my Z umbilical, it's dark in there, but there is the cable that comes around, and then there's this little shield here that keeps it from dropping into the build area. That really restricted my opportunity for where to put stuff for this. So let me grab a couple of M5 T-nuts. Your Phoenix still an IDEX? It is. Yep. Phoenix is still an IDEX. Let's see if these will fit back to back. What do we got? We have all stainless steel stuff. So stainless steel button head. Same as 5x10. Real quick. I have some new treats for the cats. Felix seems to like these. At least initial test was Felix seems to like these better than the others. So we'll do that later. And just making sure that when I butt these up against each other, I'll be able to thread it in. Looks like so. So let's go ahead and get in here, put these in. probably about there. I'm gonna try to make sure. Oh man, I gotta change something. Shoot, I think we're gonna have to pull the back panel off. Okay, that'll make it easier anyway. That X gantry is interesting. I'm curious on the input shaper results have never been great on this, although it prints just fine. So all those come off. Turn the panel off. Malik array. Malik array. Okay. Nice and easy. So the problem, just do shaky cam in the corner there. Is the little wire cover I have here. I'm gonna have to just cut it shorter so we can get the thing in there and then tuck the wires. There we go, that's a little better. Hey Troy. Any other than a box section is putting material where it shouldn't be for a beam. Box section. Anything other than a box section is putting material where it shouldn't be for a beam. Got it. But it looks cool. Okay, get up in here, pull this. So it's just some of the open build slot cover. So then this all can just kind of droop out of the way for a second. I'll get this guy in here. And I think there we go. It is a tight fit. Very tight fit. I need to build my Daisy Susan. Yeah, that's pretty much exactly where it goes. It's not going anywhere other than right there. Oh, the cats are exploring the room. It's changed quite a bit just because I've been moving things around as I build this this very, very sturdy transportation and show platform for the, here's part of it. I don't know if you'll be able to actually see anything of it. Yeah, this. So the idea with this is my hydraulic lift table here will go underneath that, so I can use that as the rolling around and you know, I have put legs on it, and yeah. Boxturtle has hair. Oh yeah, it is dusty, and Oscar sheds. Found much improvement with those titanium backers. I couldn't say that I've tested any improvement. I think when we installed them originally. It's always been like a, technically, the theory behind it is correct. How much does it actually show on your prints is probably very debatable, subjective, whatever. Cut this too. Just gonna make a little mark on that. And then these PTFE cutters work pretty well for this stuff. Not that much out. We can put this thing back on. There we go. That'll be fine once the back panel's on. Oh, you meant the one on the shirt? Oh, this is true. Wonder how comical it's going to be when the Phoenix is out in the wild and people realize the logistics of the machine. Oh boy, yeah. You just taught me a new trick. I never would have thought to use a PTFE tube cutter for the extrusion covers. Oh yeah. Okay, let's get the back panel back on. I don't think there's anything I'm gonna need to keep this off for. Put the brush on first? Put the brush on first, what do you mean? Put the brush on first. Boxturtle is clipper only because that's what all of us run. No reason it cannot work on Marlin. So I don't know if you were here earlier, Thunder Keys, but Nergolrot was saying that they've got Boxturtle working fine with rep firmware macros and stuff. I know that's what you're saying, but they've just confirming that they've got it working. Or align the brush. Well, the brush is on. I haven't aligned it, but I'm hoping, I'm expecting I can get a good enough view at things to do it with the back panel on. Nergolrot is reporting it working on rep firmware. Oh, let's get all of this. There we go. Understand Ross Goose Belt Purger on printables. Any chance someone in the audience building one or planning to build? I have no idea what that is. You do need to have a cutting tool head as the team gluing folks didn't do any tip forming macros. And so my response was, I don't blame them. Okay. I think we are going to pull all this off, so I'm not going to reattach these. I think if we get in here, get a camera over here, should be able to see that's lining up. Let's go up a bit. There we go. Let's see if we can even reach it. Okay, so that's got to go down. Let's see here. All the way back, so down a little more probably. Okay. Something there, and then out. Now, the concern is, can't go any further out than the bed here. So, let's see where we're at the point where we're gonna rub on the bed. Why don't I just move this down? Yeah, we're right there. That's about as far out as we can get. We can rub along. Oh, it hits. Here's what we can try. So what's keeping us from really hitting more of that is the bed position. So let's look at, of course, we've got Mr. needs to be in the way. So if we come all the way forward here, I want to see the door's closed. We are right up, starving the fan of any air. But if we go in here and see where we're at, shoot. See if we can see underneath the Z-joint there. So we are ahead of the bed by a little bit. If we move a couple of millimeters back, we're right on the edge of the bed. I mean, I can hit the edge of that brush, but just barely. Just installed a brush and bin at the back of the bed, had to push the bed forward to get it to go in the middle of the brush. So there's probably a compromise here to a few millimeters of Y lost to make this ideal. I think we're gonna go ahead and do that because I think it's worth it. So to do that, move the bed up a bit out of the way. Take our sheet off. And we are going to, I have my little slot covers in there, so that's gonna make this, I'm gonna have to pull those. We're gonna be playing with some stuff on the bed later as well if we have time. Yeah, those are gonna all pull out. Darn it. I was hoping I could get away without it. So let's get in here, pry these out. We're just gonna leave them out for right now. Okay, so let's pull that out. Let's pull the bit forward. Okay. So we have, let me take some measurements here. Let me take some measurements. I want probably, I look at the back on this thing. I was hitting the middle of the first row. If I want to hit the middle, I just need to move 3 millimeters. It's about 3 millimeters. Hey Maurice, thanks for being a member. 38 months. Thunder keys. Folks, bear in mind if you relocate the bed, you'll need to recalibrate the position, min, max, and thus other locations depend on kinematics like cutting. Yes. Yes, cutting shouldn't matter because cutting is connected to the gantry. The bed has chamfered front corners because I did this custom. I cut those and stuff just to match the Prusa sheets and to give me a spot. This gives me a spot to grab. So if I also have the locating pegs in the back. The bed heater I put on with all of this in mind. So I have threaded holes in the back in the right locations for the notches on a Prusa bed sheet. And then this gives me somewhere to grab on the corner to pull the sheet off. So that's why they're chamfered here. This is on my Tridex is the same way. I did the same thing on that one. And this is an actual Graviflex, or what's the brand, magnet here. Looking forward to the war on Phoenix. Are you going to be at Graviflex? Yeah. Are you going to be at Orange County, Zadi, or Vice? Okay, real quick measurement here. We are at... Depends on if you're changing the 0, 0 location of the bed to be different. You're absolutely right there, Thunder Keys. That's true. Okay, so if this is here, I'm at like 21 and a half. I'm at 21, so it's not exactly, well, no, it's 21. It's 21 on both, to the edge of the extrusion, not the edge of the thing. So if I move that to 18 on each side, that's going to give me enough room to hit the... So if I just move this forward a bit to, yeah, right there, 18 and 18. So let's see. That. There we go. Put that guy back in there. Hey, buddy. Hey, Korea Rice Pucks. Hey, Kenneth. Okay. So, move this here. Let's start these threaded in. There we go. That way when we move it, there we go. 18 and 18. See you at Vice? Yeah. Who's going to be at Orange County this week? I know Holtz is. Who else we got? Those on later. So now, if we move this back down, basically we know that we're going to need to move this to as far forward as it will go and not interfere with the... What's up, kitty? Not interfere with the bed. I did not get a haircut. I got a haircut like 3 weeks ago. Seems like I might have... Feels like I moved this further than 3 millimeters, but no, I moved it 3 millimeters. This all the way back. It's right along the middle there. Is it better to go in between on these, or is it better to go right down the middle? And then I don't know how much. Just a hair. Not too far. In between. We're going to go right there. I think, let's see. Yep, it doesn't interfere with the bit. Now, that is closer than it looks there, I think. There we go. Yeah. So if that's right there, I think we could actually, let's see if we can optimize our bed location a little bit. Maybe go to 19 instead of, so right like there. Do you use the G code to move it around in the brush? Yes. Run it back and forth, bumping slightly forward each time. Yeah, well, we're gonna, I think the Boxturtle macros are all set up. I just need to enable the brush and the location, right? Hey, JMath. There we go. And we'll tweak this if we need to. Tweak it if we need to. That guy back on. Okay, and we used a lot of time there, so we need to get onto enclosure stuff. And then with that installed, we'll figure out all the software bits of it when we work on the enclosure. We get it powered back on. So let's get to the enclosure assembly. This thing out of the way and go back to the home, right? Yep, there we are. And then view manual. So let's get this going. Okay, Boxturtle preparation. Location in the middle of the brush, and if you want front to back as well as side to side. Yeah. Okay, this manual operates under the assumption that your Boxturtle unit has been fully assembled and that all components have been tested and verified to be functioning correctly, which mine does. I haven't had any real issue aside from the piece of filament getting caught in the hub. So, imagine you're physically setting a maximum reach and the code will move it along X and Y to do the brushing. We want to set it to hit the rear bristles. We'll see. We will tweak it if we need to. The Boxturtle doesn't require 3 poly dryers, but it has space for them. It comes with 1. Okay, next, part printing guidelines, all file naming. So we are doing the left swing setup, but it can be left or right swing. I didn't know which one I wanted, so I just did the default. Everything in the manual assumes the left swing, but you just mirror stuff for the right swing. And we have a bunch of heat sets to put in and a bunch of printed parts. So we might as well get full use of our Frax Flex arm and get the hardware out. Can you install a polymer dryer or to heat and dry the printer enclosure? I've done that, the GPs. So I got an early review, early sample of the poly dryers. And one of the first messages I sent to Nick at Polymaker was, I'm gonna put this poly dryer in the bottom of my Trident and warm up the enclosure. So yes, it has been thought of. I have done it. I did it used it quite a bit in the Prusa enclosure with the Mark IV because it's a bigger area and it really helped get the temperature up in there. So, okay, we've got a bunch of bits and pieces. We're going to swap out much of this hardware just to keep with the chrome, the stainless look of the printer, but it comes with everything here. At least I think so. I don't know, we'll see. Okay, so I got a bunch of printed parts here, a whole box of printed parts. So we're gonna just kind of grab some of the bigger things that take up space that I know we'll need later, like the poly dryer bits. Get them out of the way. My core one gets to 65 on a good day, which means 89 in my bedroom, but usually around 60. Yeah, I throw a towel over my core ones, and they seem to stick right at the 60 to 63 range. I'm fine with that. Okay, I did print these on the Boxturtle. I mean, nothing special. I just did it because I didn't have to be there for the filament swap. The indented sides of the core one has me thinking of ways to utilize the dead space on the sides of my Trident. There are options for internal spools on the Trident. It's a lot easier for the 300 plus. Here, let's do, because, oh, there's Felix. Let's do treats before they fall asleep. I got paw licking chicken flavor. April picked these up the other day, and Felix seemed to like them. So let's see. Let's get a view of Felix. And Oscar is always down for treats. You want one? Here, come up here. Come up here, Felix. Come on. Come on. You can come up here. I know I'm teasing you. Yeah. This is one that Felix will actually take from my hand. Oscar's a little, he seems to have high anxiety. He's very skittish. Oh, no, there's supposed to be 2 licks. 2. 2 licks and then a bite. That way I can, nope. Nope. He's going 1 lick and a bite. It's such an attitude. Here you go, buddy. Here, I'll give you a couple more. That's something that Charlie never did. Ah. He never punched. No, I don't know what's in them. I don't think so. It's a bonkers. It says it has a crunchy outer, gooey inner. Yes, that's, you still, no, don't bite. Doop, doop, doop. Anyway. He does not like people. Charlie was always ready for people all the time. He will hide under the bed. So almost to the point of we're a little concerned. April got some stuff that's supposed to be like a, I don't know what it was called, but it's supposed to be for cats and nerves. We'll see if that helps. Felix seemed pretty indifferent to the Dreamies, but he likes these. A little bit of, just kind of clean this up a bit. I think it lifted in the very corners here. So a little bit of extra plastic on the top surface. Finger biting good. Yeah, no kidding. I thought we had an understanding. 2 licks and then a bite. But he decided to mix it up. Okay. Hey, Sanity. What's the model of the webcam? This is the OBSBot Meet 2. It is fantastic. It is absolutely fantastic. Do you want to sit there? I'll let you sit there. Hey, Mike. Hey, Raven. Hey, Art Chapman. Okay, so we have, this is 2 pieces. My original, I had printed the single piece, the monolith, but the enclosure to print it in 1 piece requires a 350 printer, and the only printer I have that would do that is Phoenix, and it is not quite to printing yet. So I had to resort to the two piece. I don't own a 350. Technically I could have done it on the Magneto, but it's not up and running right now either. It works fine, but I think it actually had some shipping damage which skewed the gantry, and I think it can be corrected. I think it can be corrected. I just haven't had the time to do it. Hoyty here is pretty familiar with the Magneto X, with how much he's worked on one, and has some tips for where I should look. I haven't quite yet, Maurice. I intend to. I want to get more of those because the cats really liked them. Okay, so that is those. And then, oh, all of those need, oh boy. Okay. There's 6 of these. 2, 3. So let's get these all set up in a little. Hey, Jeff. Here, and my little ruler there is a little thin. It gets a little warm. Okay. Let's take Oscar's chair. Just popping in because I haven't caught a Steve stream in a minute. Hey, Mike. But I'm on my way to the Renaissance Festival as soon as the girlfriend gets there. Awesome. Have fun. I don't know that I've ever been to one. What's up, buddy? Okay, let's get a couple of these at a time. See if I can do this without knocking the... Oh, hey. What you doing? Hey, Rod. Oh, what do we got? Okay, stupid question. Comment, are heater bed failures? It's printing this morning. Shut the printer down as normal. Powered it on, and now the bed won't heat. I'm getting temp readouts, but no heat. What do you got going on? It's one powered by the Pico and my 0.2. How many lanes? This is 4. This is the LDO kit that I built a few months ago. So that's a DC bed if it's on a V0 and it's powered by the Pico. Hey, John. What I would suggest, just because it's difficult to have a true back and forth in YouTube chat here, when things get a little more involved, and especially when you're dealing with heaters and stuff, is I would suggest going on the Voron Discord and letting some of the awesome, open up a ticket in the V0 category and let some of the awesome helpers there help you troubleshoot it. I think this is probably almost all of the heat sets, because there's only so many in here, in the bag here. So this won't take long. Yeah, there's lots of little things it could be. That arm has turned out to be one heck of a tool. I really like it. I mean, Turtle Crawler did a ridiculously good job on this. And to the point of, I'm a little sad that because Adams and, crap, sorry, I'm blanking on the name. The other options out there are really good. I mean, they're very functional. Give you a nice perpendicular heat set installation. But the convenience of just throwing this arm and leaving it there, that the balance on the springs, once you get that right, it's kind of hard to... Portability, absolutely. I mean, the other garage has the Zero Press, this is not portable. This is the good, just kind of sit here on the workbench. Iconic Lab. That's what I was trying to remember. Iconic Fab. Which filament? So this is Polymaker Galaxy Black ASA. So the Boxturtle is all Polymaker Galaxy Black ASA and dark gray, not so dark gray ABS. Galaxy Black, or Galaxy Gray, Galaxy Dark Gray, but it's not really very dark. Hey, Kyle. Iconic Fab, thank you. So Polymaker Galaxy Black ASA and Polymaker Galaxy Not So Dark Gray ABS. Two done. I used to use, I had the little brass jaw from my little desktop vise. Anything flat and will soak up the heat works. This is an old pre-Starrett ruler that I got from my dad's stuff that I cleaned up, and it's just thick enough that it doesn't burn me every time. The little Mitutoyo ruler is too thin. It gets a little hot, a little spicy. This is yeah, the LSS company. I don't remember what that stands for, but it's an older It's basically stir it. Stir it, however you say it. Don't use your fingers. Don't use your fingers, yeah. If you notice me waking up the iron, it's because I set the timeout really low because I wanted it to cool down as soon as possible because the cat's around. So it's a little low. I could probably go, I think it's 30 seconds. I should probably change it to a minute. But it's just so it cools down as soon as possible so the cats don't get. And it looks like these are the last of the heat sets because I'm basically out. I'll have one extra. Not, I mean, oops, shoot. That's not what I wanted. There we go. Wake back up. I'm running Iron OS on this TS100. Gives me a little more control over the settings. But it's I've set the sensitivity on the movement, the gyro, for keeping it awake, and it'll do it if I move it pretty in just the right way, but not consistently. Surprise the temp doesn't drop when you're pressing the insert in. These things, the thermal mass on these is so small. I never really thought about it, whether it should. And they vary by a degree, if that. OS on a soldering iron. Yep. Hey, Power Engineering. Welcome. Okay, that is done. We'll put it away. Okay. Yep, and I have one heat set left, and then it looks like 4 more in the spares bag. So, Fraks, F-R-A-K-S. Steven. Oh, there's the one. There's the one. Let's find this piece. There it is. This little piece here. There's the one. Okay, now that's got to be it, because that's the last of the ones that it came with, not in the spares bag. Hey, Robert. Okay, there, and then we have a bunch of, so there's little built-in supports. Yeah, this camera's probably best. Anyway, a lot of little built-in supports on these pieces, and they, from my experience, they do pop out. Yep, pop out pretty easy. So just a little built-in support, and this is, I think it's pretty much cosmetic. These I can just pull from the side. So there's little accent pieces that go in here. Let's just do a gentle, yeah, not much to it. Those seem to work really well. Hey, Maker Viking. Thanks, Bob. Appreciate that. Pull all of these out. think this might be the last one. Those worked really well. Okay, put all those back in, getting through all this prep. Bunch of these little pieces left over. Those can go in the bin. Did you anneal your Zoll PPACF tool head? I did. And I just open air annealed it and it didn't change dimensions at all. I was even the little sequins went in their spots just fine. But it's that weird thing where it anneals at 100C for like 8 hours, but okay, now we have hinge hardware. So we're gonna install the 4x30 millimeter pins. So where are those pins? There we are, 4x30 pins and some 4x6x6 bushings. And note the hinge hardware has been intentionally designed with a tight tolerance fit, as it relies solely on friction to remain securely in place during normal operation. The snug fit is a deliberate design choice, limit the need for additional fasteners or adhesives. Users may find that some force is required during installation, which is expected and contributes to the long-term stability of the hinge assembly. Okay, so we have piece, is that this piece? Yeah, I think it's that piece. It's there's a spot there. Looks like that gets a pin. And then we have a couple more pieces in here. Looks like this piece, yep, piece. This is sitting here, that's sitting there, and then this piece here. And one more, this piece here. Looks like, so this one goes here. This one goes here, looking at the picture there. Fine Sarai Tech and company state too low annealing temps. I do my PET CF at 120. I hear people going up to 140. Interesting. I have not had any trouble with that tool head printing with my towel heated chamber. I am having trouble finally with the Orbitool though. When I was printing parts for Cascade, it got up over 106C for extended periods of time. And now I've had a couple of prints that have failed due to lost communication with the Orbitool. Hey, Patriot. No enclosure giveaway. I don't ask when these come up. When I do these builds, I don't usually reach out and ask. It's always been an offer, so I don't worry about it. Okay, so that, and that. So these are pretty obvious which ones get the bushing, which one get the pins. So. Yeah, I saw, I wasn't going to necessarily bring it up here, but many condolences, Bob. Very hard to lose a pet. Okay, so these little bushings look like, is that a little like graphite plug for self-lubricating? looks like maybe. Yeah. And then there is a tapered side and a square side. So for these Armor 3D, there is slightly less expensive version. Basically, I think it's this size at Harbor Freight. So they're, I think, a little less than $40 around here for the ones at Harbor Freight. And by all accounts, they're good. I haven't tried them myself, but I've heard lots of people say they are good. Okay, so it looks like we put 2 of these in. So I'm gonna go taper side in. And I imagine once those are in, they're in. Been using myself even last night. Cool. So, just kind of holding this. One more. Oops, not 2. I think I lost my spot. Okay, making sure we're centered on the old one. Spot. There we go. There we go. There. Looked at the Harbor Freight ones. They didn't look like parallel jaws. I'll look again. Yeah, they have a version. They may have multiple things in the category, but they do have a, these are nice tight fit, but I am able to just push them into the desk too. So. I'd probably use a vise or a C-clamp to install the bearings. Yep, there's all kinds of ways, many ways to do this. Doop. Okay, those are not coming out without cutting the plastic. So hopefully everything else is good. So I was at Harbor Freight. Oh, those are not a press fit. Those are probably a little too loose of a fit. Interesting. There are no indication that I'm under extruding. If anything, I'm over extruding. So I don't know what to say about that. Okay, we'll figure that out. Let's see if it's the case on both of them. That one at least has some friction, but it's very, very not a tight fit. We will play around. Maybe a drop of CA glue if we need to. Look closer at the manual. Look closer at the manual. The Hinge hardware has been intentionally designed with a tight tolerance fit. The snug fit is deliberate choice. What am I looking closer at? That's okay. That's okay. We'll use some CA glue if we have to or something. Next. Lower front covers. Do we have? Those must be the old feet. So we need to get this old one off of here because it looks like the printed parts do not have alignment features and instead will rely on additional hardware and later steps to maintain alignment. And the 2 feet, I had the same loose fit when I did mine. Is that the correct piece? These are that? I mean, it looks, everything matches. There is another piece that's similar. I know what you're talking about, I think, but that's not it. Whatever. I'm taking the thing off. I need to go find my printed parts for my in progress one. Yeah, let me know, because every indication on the parts themselves is I'm really close, or maybe even a tad over extruded. So I was not expecting that to be loose. Loose fit. Oop. I'm just taking the whole thing off of here, off the printer. Since we need to get to the underside of it anyway. He did, didn't he? That's hilarious. The exit crash. Exactly. This cable. There we go. There. Oops, shoot. Don't want to pull on this. There we go. PTFE. Okay, this will actually be nice because I can move the printer over to my other workbench here. Actually gain a lot of space. Yep. Recover all these screws. There we go. So I don't completely lose them. Fairly tight on two sets. Interesting. Interesting. I mean, these are all brand new, latest parts. So. Yeah, how exhausted it is to do nothing all day. Okay, let's go here. So, we have our box turtle. Woo. And I think these are going to be the front feet, so let's pull the front feet. Hey, nice. Lost the backing nuts in there, but that's okay. I think that's expected. So this guy, that's so loose. I mean, this guy goes here. No? Is that the right? Oh, it goes the other side. There. Goes with that down. We need that nut in here, so unless it's in these other parts. Lost the felt balls here. Didn't know people are still using filament changers. Did you ever release the DXF for the bottom panel? I don't know, but I don't like it. I don't like mine. So I try not to release the things that I try and then really don't like. Okay, I think I gotta pull these off because the nuts, they didn't come with new nuts. So it's gotta be in here. Yep, there we are. So we'll pull both of these off. Hey, GTR Dad. I think we're gonna need these again. And it looks like I was using the nickel hardware, so I'll continue that. Okay, foot goes in here. And then nut goes in here. Does Boxturtle suggest if you're enclosing it, the part should be made from ABS or better? I did not look for that. I hope so. Okay, before that's fully tight. There's some features that'll keep this aligned, but that works. And then this one. There's another. We recommend ABS for enclosed box turtles. Yep. Ankle bones connected to the leg bone. Okay. Next. And then install 3x12 button head screws into all panel clips shown here. Retain with M3 hammerhead nut. Only thread these in 2 to 3 turns for now. Here is a good trick for this. So we're gonna go here and M3x12s. So Loctite, little bit of Loctite on the hammerheads will give them extra friction to rotate into place. So, non-ball end. Oops, not that one. These are button heads. That one. Actually, we'll grab this one. Okay, so we have all of these feet. And it looks like there are 12. So all of these things that we had. Should I order corner lights and I/O board for my box turtle? I don't have the I/O board, so I have no idea. Pidgey was never recommended for box turtles. Okay, so we're gonna go here. Only a tiny, tiny bit on the tip there. And actually even more ideal would be to do something like this and just get a little dab in the hammerhead itself. Then you don't get any ABS on or Loctite on your ABS part. So a little dab in there. Let's do this. I have the I/O board, need to install that. mini drivers. These things, I really like them. Okay, just get it down in the thread. I'm gonna end up getting this on me. Just a little paper towel to wipe off. I'll be able to actually see this a little bit. Oh, what is better? Let's try something. I'm coming up with this all on my own. You don't want to get Loctite on your ABS parts is the bottom line, but getting a correct application of it, maybe pre-thread it in, get most of it off, and then put it in. That, I think, is a little quicker and a little more practical. So that's what I'll do. And at least it gets it into the threads. When I was trying to do it with the flathead screwdriver, I don't think it was getting into the threads very well. You still do not want uncured VC3 on ABS parts. Right. VC3 being Loctite? What is VC3? I've never heard that. What does VC3 stand for? Okay, those, oop, this one. It's not Loctite, but serves the same function. Heard of Vibratite, which is an alternate? Okay, those are done. Is there any more that I'm missing in here? I think that's all of them. That is all of them. Okay, so those are done. Let me put this away. Okay, next. Now we're gonna get the skirt together. So skirt. So install skirt mount center. The little tiny piece in here. 2 M3 by 18s. And M3 by 8s. It's a thread locker made by Vibratite. It's a Loctite competitor. Yep. I didn't know. I've never used any of the Vibratite stuff. I know of the Vibratite brand, but not that. So what is the orientation here? What is, does that just go like that? let's find out. Zoom in. There we go. One of the nice things about a manual like this. M3, yeah, M318 is not a, is that the ISO or DIN spec? We avoid them. 18, 14, those are all not in the availability limited based on the spec. Okay, so if this goes right here, that goes like that. Okay. So this just threads in here into plastic. The Loctite stick used to be, I used to recommend it, but the last stick I got dried out way too quick. The first stick I had lasted a dozen years since I bought it. There's that. And then there is this piece. This guy. This goes on here, like that, with the 18s. A little bit of a bow, but I think that'll straighten up when we put it on. Okay. There. Oh, and then these other two pieces. Both filler pieces. 1 and 2. I went through and double, triple, put everything in the slicer, deleted it as I found it. So if I'm missing any parts, I'm gonna be really disappointed. But I went through and really made sure that I had everything. These just thread into plastic. Are you planning on doing this in a single stream? Yeah, I mean, that's my hope. My hope is to do this in a stream, and if I have time to start a print, while it's printing, we're gonna play with some other stuff. The Jabberwocky toolhead is next stream. At least that's the plan. We shall see. One of the things we can talk about with the Jabberwocky is the probing solution is pretty limited in the options. You have the beacon and then the knockoff of it. And then I see that they seem to have added, because I don't think it was there before, PCB clicky as an option. On this printer, I'm using Revo PZ. And I'd like to look at options for using the PZ standalone. So I've got a few things I want to try with that. Okay, and then install the front skirt mounts with their spacers using M3 by 18s. Note all parts in this step have a specific orientation. Pay attention, the spacers will have 2 dots on the bottom side that go towards the chamfered edge of the skirt. Okay, so we're gonna zoom in here and, oop. 2 dots on the bottom side. Is that, what are the 2 dots? Oh, there's some. The spacers will have 2 dots on the bottom side. Are those? Spacers will have 2 dots on the bottom side. Am I seeing? Okay, well, let's look at the parts themselves. So we have our corner pieces. What's your next month's schedule with fairs and such? And what Sundays you are missing in the near future? So I'm missing next Sunday. I'll be at Orange County Maker Faire. I will be streaming the following Sunday. Then I'm missing the first Sunday in October or the last Sunday of September, whatever that is, for 3D Printopia. The 27th, the 28th. So I'm missing the 14th, the 28th, and the October 12th. I'm streaming every other weekend for the next 6 weeks. Hey, see Armor 3D? Think I might stream from the show. Care to make a special appearance? Is this at 3D Printopia? Yeah, just remind me. I'm just cleaning off top layers on these parts here. Okay. Let's see here. I do not see any dots, but I do see that one side is, the spacing on the holes is different. So it looks like this side, the shorter spacing goes up towards the chamfer here. So that goes in there like that. And then this would be the wrong side for this. The extrusion index thing here goes down on this side. So this goes down like that. Quick sanity check from you all. Generally, inductive probes need a minimum of 5 volts to work. Correct. I believe that's true. I will not be trying to stream from Orange County Maker Faire. The event, the venue Wi-Fi is ridiculously expensive. So I will not even be trying. That's the view. That looks like the pictures, but there were no dots on those parts. I don't know what they're talking about. Don't know what they're talking about. The spacers are 2 dots on the bottom side. Okay, next. And then 3x8s going to the side with some hammerheads. So we'll do the same thing. Looks like 4 of these. Oh, no, in 3x8s, not 12s. Why am I grabbing 12s? 8s. 2, 3, 4. There we go. Next builds, we've got, I've got streams for months, just because the next ones I think are going to be long builds. The stealth changer, I think will take several weeks, and the Mad Max Tridex conversion, it's going to be at least a few weeks. Hey, Flynn. So those are all on. That over there. Cats are sound asleep. So last weekend, I got done streaming. The cats were out here for a good 3 or 4 more hours, just laying there. Door was open. They were welcome to go wherever they wanted, but they stayed in here the whole time. They were very comfortable. Mad Max is a tool changing solution, Collie. You search for Zruncho, Z-R-U-N-C-H-O, and Mad Max, you'll find his GitHub. Okay, 16. So now, using secure all the vents to the top panel. Let me grab the top panel. Oops, there, we'll go here. You missed something on the previous page, did I? What did I miss? Oh, the bottom ones. You're right. I missed those. Okay. That would have been easy to catch. Thank you. You got to go mow. I'd be worried more about volume than range at that point. Okay, all the panels. Throw these things away. Go. This is the panel in question. So bottom panel. Put those over there. Set this here and do the part I forgot. Be right back. Thanks for the warning, John. I gotta figure out what I'm doing for the member stream this month. I have not had a chance to work on the bear and see what's going on with the controller. Hi, Helly. Okay, back to, oops. So we put these on in 3x8s. And that means that we need to peel this panel. It looks like it's symmetric, so top or bottom doesn't matter. Hey, BBs. Corner of it over here. There we go. Oh. Is anybody here going to be at Form Next in November? So we've got Orange County Maker Faire and 3D Printopia. And then I am going to go out to Rockland Maker Faire again, but that's just a few hours on a Saturday. I'm not going to exhibit. I'm just going to go observe. And then Vice, but middle of November, Form Next. Okay, this will never be clean again. Okay, so this and this goes there like that. This goes on there like that. So I'm trying to do this without setting this whole thing down. Let's see how well that works out. Form Next is not in Chicago. Form Next is in Frankfurt, Germany. Okay. Not started Fusion 360 for over a month. Guess what? It only took 7 sign-in attempts to start it this time. I don't have any trouble. I mean, I have to sign in, of course, but my one daughter lives 30 minutes from Frankfurt. Oh, nice. These are all intended to be main color parts. Hey, buddy. But I printed some of them in the accent color just because there were not a lot of main parts in the prints. was, where was it? Oh yeah, that's a black hair though. That's a Felix hair. I'm gonna start it. I had a scare on my main computer yesterday. I stepped away and it just powered down. I'm like, uh-oh. So I powered it back up. It started into Windows and I started up program and it powered down. I'm like, crap. So I started it up again and it almost immediately powered down. Okay, what's going on? Is it overheating? I pull it all out from its little cubby or from under the desk and air it all out. There's not all that much dust on it. I did note one thing, but put it all back together, and I did note that the power cord was a little loose as I was pulling everything apart. But the weird thing is that I didn't have my feet anywhere near the power cord or anything, and you would think if it had gotten loose, it would have just not powered back on. So I think it was just loose power cord, but still, it was a little disconcerting. It's still working since I made sure the plug was the thing was plugged in all the way. That right there. Hey Liam, how are you doing? There. Oscar says hi, Liam. So very grateful that that's all it was. Okay. Mind orientation, install 3M foam tape cut to fit to the top panel as shown. They're mitering the edges. Wow, that's fancy. Okay, so we make sure that the little vent side is up. And we grab the foam tape. Loose power cord can be fun like that. Lucky it didn't do any damage arcing if it had a bad connection. Agreed. What do you need, buddy? There are no more treats. We're done with treats. We got pets. No more treats. Here, come over here. Come over here. Come on. There you go. Okay. Let's see if we can miter the edges. I've not tried before. Pull this out of the way. Dude. Yes. Hey, Color Prince. What do we got? 12 o'clock. We got an hour until we're giving away a roll of Polymaker filament. Links in the description. And the pinned post. Oh, shoot. That's not what I wanted to do because I was using that camera. Hold on. Give me a minute. He just wants attention. He just wants attention. Okay. So if I'm going to put this on here like this, I want to cut this at a 45. 45. this is gonna go across here, go to about here. I'm not gonna cut this 45 yet. Get this off. There we go. Okay, let's see. That was a 43-degree cut. You're probably right. That goes right there. And we follow along, top finger, writing along the top, bottom finger, holding things in place. This can come off. Before we get to the end here, I'm going to make sure I'm doing this clean. Bad. Much better on that side than that side, but it'll line up fine. So now we do it again. 42.5-degree cut over here. Sets. Ooh, that is. Here, let's change that to a 40-degree cut so it lines up a little better. This one. Miter not worth it. No, I agree. We're having fun. We're enjoying the build. I agree. It has a miter in the picture. I'm just having fun. The instructions say miter. I'm gonna miter. See, we learn. Practice makes perfect. Tongue and groove it next time. Go. Five. This time the 45 is right on. I mean, there's usually plenty of extra stuff, so it's a lot easier to me to deal with this length of foam tape than wrestling the entire roll. So that's why I cut these approximately to length before moving on. See? Continuing. And last side. I'm going to try pre-mitering that side and see what happens. See if I can get it. See if I can get it right. Now, dear. Being very careful not to stretch it is the trick is there. Cool. Is that a V2 in the back? Well, yeah, that's, are you talking about the green one here? That's the one we're putting this on. And then the blue one in the corner there, yeah, that's my blue V2 that I'm rebuilding with the fresh frame for Stealth Changer. Okay. Okay, then the latch. So let me set this over here. Out of the way. And we assemble the latch. Welcome back, John, and thank you, Nadir. So we have the piece that we put the heat set in. That's this guy. Then we have a top piece. We have a few of these pieces. I think it's this one. Maybe? Yeah, there we go. That. And now there are two, so there are option parts. One of the, I might have to take this apart. I have no idea which is which because they're not marked. One of these, if you go out to the printed parts, install the M3x50 socket head through there. Don't over tighten this, it's just for strength. Capture the latch between parts A and B with an M3x12. Now, if we go to the Boxturtle GitHub, sure, Boxturtle GitHub, and go to the STLs and option parts. Is that what it was? No, it was base build. Nope, not Boxturtle Enclosure. Enclosure. Let me get in the right place. We go to STLs, and I think it was option parts is a latch tight. There's a tight and a regular. So the latch tight. Whoa. Whoa, what is going on with the renderer? Wow. GitHub changed something. Let's reboot. There we go. So there's a tight and a regular, and I have no idea which is which with these printed out. I have no idea. Actually, now that I look at them really close, I can kind of figure it out. This looks beefier around here than this one. So this must be the tight one, I'm guessing. So we'll do the regular. You renamed it. I see that. Thank you. So this is going to go on like this, and like this. So it's like that. This goes like that. 3x12. Here. Still breathing, so can't, oh yeah. Would it be beneficial to have some markings on them? I maybe. And then we have a M3x50. Now this is interesting, Thunder Keys. It's not a fully threaded part. I would think that unless this slides in. It does, okay. It does slide in, so that's thought about. If this was threading in the whole way, I would have been a little concerned, but I guess it's fine. This guy. I think, is the part designed because of that? Because actually, I mean, good job recognizing that, the Boxturtle team. But it looks like it's working fine. I think a fully threaded part would probably serve the intended purpose a little better. And I know that I'm 90% sure that LDO has fully threaded. Oh, maybe not. All the 50 millimeters I have in the nickel plating are, the 40s are fully threaded, but the 50s are not. Okay. Maybe they just don't have those. So this screw is just strength. I mean, this is the latch for closing it. And I think it is a good idea to have a screw in there for, yeah, it's rebar. Exactly. It's rebar. Good way to put it. Okay, so we're through that section. So that is the initial section, so we can go off to the next section. Behind the me in the corner there, which is, I'm in a weird spot because I was using OBS in Discord and I needed to be on the other side and I never changed it back. So why don't we get double me. Let's get rid of that one. There we go. Stereo me. Time for gummy bears. I need gummy bears. Okay, next section. Corner. So remove one printed corner. Put some of this stuff over out of the way. Stage all our parts over here. That's an old part. The baggy, don't need that. Bars when you go back inside for another drink. Does that count for double views? I don't know, but how are we doing on our likes? Got a couple hundred people here. I haven't really paid attention. I know that YouTube has changed a bunch of stuff that's really impacting streamers. I definitely would like to see the subscriber base grow, but as long as I have a consistent you guys here, then I'm having a good time. According to just listening to Taylor chatting, it is a big difference have people commenting on these VODs and hitting the like button. So whatever you can do to help that along, feel free to comment on things after the stream. Hey, Daddy Wazzy. I've definitely seen the impact. I don't have the bandwidth. I don't have the brain bandwidth to go through. And I'm in a fortunate situation, a very fortunate situation where this is really just very much a hobby. So I don't have to. So I rely on what I'm hearing from other folks. Double your fun with extra sugar-free gum, right? Oops, that's not what I wanted. I wanted that one because we're going to take this off. Double mint gum. Oh, wow. They did it mine as well, right? I don't know. Hey, Tuxedo, thanks for the gifted memberships. Okay, so is this? There we go. A little stuck on the Assuming that's going to come off, but let's do that. Oh, do I have? Oh yeah, I have. So after filament giveaway, I'll give away 5 gifted memberships. So don't let me forget. New month. Let me see if the interface here. Yep. Yep, it is there. But I can also say I'm a member of my own channel for 21 months. Double mint gums logo. What was the extra sugar-free gum one? Whatever. Juicy fruit should not have been held. Thanks, John. Now do that again in about 60 minutes. Okay. Remove the front skirt. Says remove 1 printed corner from your box turtle and replace into the extrusions. Okay. So we're going to do that and replace those into the extrusion. And now it says do that, but it didn't say remove the other. It just said remove 1. It very specifically said remove 1. Put these guys back in. There you go, Bob. Oh, the bottom one goes. The top one gets one. The bottom one does not, right? 1 extrusion only. Yeah, this one gets removed. Oh, I need to remove my bottom panel. Oh, do. It's half of what's holding this thing together right now. Okay. Ella, evening. Thanks for being a member. John, oh, Steve only been a member for 21 months. So I became a member when I was troubleshooting having chat show up on members only streams, because prior to that I was getting it was basically a permissions issue. I think that another thing I tried is actually what fixed it. I logged into the browser scene in OBS, the browser instance it opens for that, and I think that's what allows me to be able to display chat overlay on member streams. But I never got around to unsubscribing from my own, or removing my membership. Happy, thanks for being a member. 2.5 years of printer antics. Okay. So we do this. Got some vibration from the mount residue there. So would have assumed you were automatically counted as a member. Daddy Wazzy, thanks for becoming a member. And Randy, thanks for being a member. Okay, so this is saying, let me just make sure I'm following exactly what this is saying. So it says remove 1 printed corner from your box turtle and replace the button head into the extrusions as shown. Hey Andres. Thomas, thanks for being a member. Came for the build, stays for the kiddies. So remove 1. But then the next step has that. Okay, remove the front skirt and lower front extrusion. Okay, I get it. See? Being able to rotate this thing shed light on the situation. What did you move? Okay, there. Shed some light. Bill, thanks for being a member. Looking forward to the road trip. Me too. I've got the, what was that? I think I'll set this on its bottom. Do this. I see. How many times have you yelled at your screen so far, Thunder Keys? I want to hear. Raid. Welcome, Musketeers. Okay, this thing comes out of here. Welcome, welcome. Yes, this guy. Yelling at the screen, I feel that so hard. Hey, Brad. Raid for cats. Hey, Geocacher. Okay, that is done. And this, for right now, this is done. Hey, Scott, thanks for being a member. He has gotten big. Yep. Yep. You too. Oscar just wants treats. He thinks if he gets up here, occasionally he gets treats, and that's motivation enough. Hey, Neokoi. Tend to jump on chat when I hear something only to realize it's a recording. Give him treats. We gave him treats. They got treats earlier. They got treats. He thinks he needs more treats. And if I gave him more treats, he'd think he'd need more treats. So. Okay. Extrusions. Oscar is so typical of an orange cat. So single brain cell. And he is a bit skittish. He does not like this sound I'm making right now. Like, what in the world do you think you're doing? Max! Yeah, he's not a happy camper right now. I'm making weird noises. How you doing, Max? Cheddar. Cheddar is Max's. It's like Oscar, but 4 times the mass. Whole block of cheddar, as my wife says. Hey, Garrett. What a pain. You know what? Just see wearing that is a air tag. What machine is your Boxturtle been set on? It's the green V2. Sorry, buddy. I think he needs kitty Prozac. It's 2020. Trying to catch up to you on your Phoenix. Yeah. I'll probably try to do a print later today. There we go. And we have 3 other extrusions here. New input shaper. Will I be able to run input shaper with IDEX? 30% off today with code SteveBuilds at pexpeppers.com. Okay, these go here. So let's put all these over here. Online orders haven't been so great, so I have to give a discount. Uh-oh. Well, if you're a fan of hot sauce, Pueblo Red is my favorite. Have you solved the expansion issues on Phoenix yet? We're hoping. Okay, this guy, according to the instructions, goes over here. So these are going to have to be threaded a bit more. Right like that. Does index run input shaper? Happy Hollow is the only zoo in California that has a capybara. Daughter is obsessed. Every day when we lived in San Jose. That's funny. So I'm just feeling for flush. That is IDEX, not index. Have you found the issue with the blue bear? I know my plan for finding the issue. I have not executed on that plan yet. I'm just getting these. I'm not torquing them down. Okay, so install the cross-drilled extrusion as shown to replace the earlier removed printed corner. And then replace the remaining printed corners. So was this just to get things, to hold things together? Okay, so I guess we will do that. All of these come to get apart. Ooh. This is precariously perched. You can run the stock input shaper and not shake and tune. Oh, okay. That's a bummer though, because shake and tune gives you so much information. There we go. I don't know what the best way to make sure all of this is correct. Here, let's do a little. Before I undo the back here, this is flush. So this is, should be right at, it looks like it should be right about 100. That's 99.4. So let's move this up just a little bit. Here, let's go. $99.99, good enough. That there, and there we go. Feels good. Okay, right at 100. That's flush. That one. Do that. Let's get a flat edge here. So that's off. So if that goes there we go. Okay. Yeah, we're just adding the enclosure to this. So before I pulled this apart, I'm making sure that all my extrusions are still where they need to be. I'll do that over here before I move on to the back. So let's see. So that one's flush there. So let's move this there. Should. Let's do this again. This is really, really hard to, maybe I can get a grip on it over here. There we go. Yep. Cool. Now, the front is already correct. That is already correct. Add a washer. I would, but it's not quite flush on the front. Hey, Dom. Cool, stayed. Okay, so those are good. Now we can move to the back. That's very applicable, Max. I usually run washers in blind joints because it really helps, especially on the Trident, on the Y extrusions, to not have them rotate as you're tightening them down. Max is teasing because in several times recently, I've said this spot could really use a washer. This spot could really use a washer. Let's take these out. M5, don't want to lose that. Okay, this. I mean, a washer is just a thin spacer, right? I agree, Neil. I agree. I think there are quite a few little, like, general construction practices that aren't paid enough attention to in 3D printer design. I won't claim to know what all of them are or which are appropriate or whatever, but I think there's quite a few opportunities for incorporating stuff like that into proper design. Okay. Continuing on. Starting with the bottom extrusion, because everything is going to be referenced from these just simply being flush. With the joining extrusions. Go. And we've got our 100 millimeters here. Go. Assembled the gantry and just realized I forgot one of the drive pulleys. Uh-oh. So all the revisions, so anybody who has an opportunity to get to Orange County Maker Faire or Vice, all the revisions on Phoenix are going to be on display there. If you want to, Max, you don't have to. What is one word you would use? I have a word in mind, but what is one word you would use to describe the Phoenix revisions? You can opt out of saying. No, that's not the word I was thinking. The new term you coined. It's what? There you go. There you go. Any really sharp eyes in the back of looking in my background may have seen that previously. Okay, last one. I don't know exactly where I'm going to put this thing when it's done. It was right at the limit of too tall where I had it before. So we are going to find out. I mean, really, printed parts just allows for iteration on such a quicker time frame too, so. And cost. So much cheaper to iterate with printed parts. Well, unless you do that. Unless you follow the GP's suggestion there. Ah, I know what I'll do. My knocker. Well, that's why it's just iteration. You proof of concepts testing with printed parts, and then there we go. Start pumping coolant through the extrusions. That has been talked about. That is not a unique idea there, John. Okay. Feeling mostly pretty good about that. Okay. Replace the remaining printed corners. Install M5x16s into all remaining extrusions. All remaining 220 and 360 extrusions. There's one extra extrusion that's not included in that. Maybe two. Okay. Like 2 and 1, 2, 3. Is this one of the... Ah, reuse the bottom extrusion. There we are. These guys. Increase M516. Using the caliper as intended as a clamp. Not yet, Admiral Adama. There's a long-term project or long-standing project to enable the ability to register for those outside of Reddit, but it's not ready for public consumption yet. Yeah, but we got existing systems we have to work with, the GPs. And I know it's probably a matter of, I mean, it's not necessarily a technical issue. It's getting the right people in the right place. Correct the colors and the instructions on the top. I tried to. I guess I didn't in this section. It's not persistent across sections. Almost done. We have 13 minutes until we're giving away a roll of Polymaker filament, and I dropped my screwdriver. And Oscar goes, "What the hell was that?" Okay. 2 left over. Note the 280 millimeter extrusions will not be getting screws. And I noticed that because they have cross drills for blade joints, it looks like, or something. Okay, slide 2 side panels and the rear panel into the extrusions. Okay. Okay, set that like that. 2 side panels and the rear panel. Rear panel, rear panel. It's 2 rear panels. Hi, AJ Peoples. So tuxedo, I think, so let's see. Let's go there and there. Yeah, I think that was just that one step because it does work now. Do you ever get the air conditioner installed? Yes. I have air conditioning in both garages. What is the cost for this kit? I don't remember. Is it right at about $300? 200 and something dollars? It was just a part that was mislabeled in step 4 of the AT brush manual. Ah, these go in here. So how, well, I guess there's some trim pieces that go in later that keep these from vibrating, right? Roughly $300. There we go. Uses rubber clamps. Nope. Rip. Are these PC? They do not say, but it's LDO, so it's probably acrylic. Is there, so I'm curious, is there a thing, is acrylic just easier to get? Is it a choice based on actual properties needed? Do you know? LDO's been going over to polycarbonate some places. Hey, Benny. There you go, Paul. That's right. I knew that. That's absolutely a good point. It's a whole lot easier to cut acrylic because you can laser cut it. We are actually over 50% like ratio, but we should make a better goal than that, right? I don't think 100% is realistic, but cutting PC with CO2 laser is too difficult for me. It costs more and the temps involved here. Acrylic is fine. Mm-hmm. Oh, hey. How you doing, man? Let's see. Slot the two side into extrusions and then install the top side as shown. And we are going to, these are all blind jointed, so we're just going to go through that. So let's go ahead and one. Ooh, with acetone. I've never even tried that. I gotta admit, I've cleaned some acrylic panels with IPA and gotten away with it, but I wouldn't try acetone. Oh. Milky color. Ah. I had fun super gluing some items that were in case of acrylic. My fingerprints appeared like, oh yeah. Working my way around. Throwing stuff all over the place with this stupid cable. This next step was your least favorite? Uh-oh. We got acetone hazing, now we'll get our acetone smoothing, now we got acetone hazing. Make your diffuser your Coinbase withdrawal code. Please do not share this code with anyone. I better get on that. No, top panel goes goes on top. I had to double check there, Tuxedo, but I think so. It doesn't say to put it in before all these. Looks like I'm building a fish tank. Okay, got all those in. Now install the rubber seals as shown. These will have to be cut to length. If you're unfamiliar with these rubber seals, here's an excellent video by Jeremy dealing with their installation. Inside or outside the enclosure is mostly user preference. Installing on the inside slightly reduces the places where air can enter the enclosure, but the enclosure is not designed to be airtight. Turn into a turtle terrarium. Use acetone to glue weld two parts together. My riser printed out ABS. The front bar has the M3 nuts in there. Oh, yeah, that's from the old ones. Let's see if those will come out. Thanks for the heads up. Yep. Oops. Go. Jarrett, thanks for being a member. Long time no see. I was watching Lee Marie and asked him if you two have considered stream build together. Hasn't come up. Just put that strip in a clacky door. It's not obvious what the proper orientation is. Well, let's grab it and look at it and see. Rubber seal. Oop, that's not what I want. This is the rubber seal. Does it have rubber? Does Masumi have that? Okay, so it's got a profile there. Oh yeah, I would think it goes right like that. This probably goes down into the extrusion. This sits over the top. That's my guess. Is that right? Just kind of sitting in here. Looks like it fits pretty well like that. Hey, yep, it's a little hard to see with the color there, but I see what I see. It's fully modeled. There we go. There we go. And I was correct in the orientation of what I sorted out. Okay, I am gonna go inside. Where's the end that I was working with? I think that would help with resonance on the clicky clack door. There's not I don't think there's enough space on that one, Bob, but something similar, I'm sure. Maybe a little, maybe I can try printing a little fraction of a millimeter. I don't know if it's I don't know, it's probably my table, but is there a sourcing guide for the seal? Never seen it. I've never looked for it. Okay, should this just go? I'm not worried about full. Should get an X-Acto knife and just cut it. Push it in. Masumi or West 3D. Oh, is this Masumi? Nice. It is a little difficult to get in there around the wheel. I'm gonna carefully just use my ruler here. I like this stuff. This is cool. I like it. I've never looked for it. Let's see if I can, here. I am going to just measure it out here. This is all known and it's compliant. It's all easy to figure out measurements. Black extrusions on the enclosed Boxturtle. Yeah. This is 240 millimeters. So we're gonna cut a 240 millimeter piece. And we're gonna cut 1, 2, 4 of them. For now, 1. Two. 3 and 4. How much extra is there expected to be here? What's the margin of error we're looking at? Oh, it's after 1. How'd you guys let me? You guys are letting me get away with. There's a lot extra. So I think this might be best if it's just a little long. Push it in. It should compress. So push it in on either end and then it'll get in there. Okay, we're gonna do sidetrack here to a Polymaker filament giveaway. So get your entries in, links in the description of the pinned post. John, I said after I give away memberships. Come on. Okay. Wheel of Names. And hopefully fortune. Oh. We are at nearly 300 people here. We're at 168 likes. Let's see how many more we can get while I do a countdown. It's not quite, because it was about 114 or 117 when I said that, John. It's very close, but not quite. I did note what time it was. I just don't remember if it was 14 or 17. I think it was 14. Hey, Michael. Maybe you can cutting from outside panel. Oh, I just measure it and measure it and put it in. No reason to do anything else. Okay, let me bring up the page. I don't even have it up. Forms. I'm gonna start the countdown right now. It's 3. I have no idea where we're at and how many entries we have, but 2. Where's the... We just got one, but where is the thing I need? Published. There we are. Okay. Two. Inside or outside? I'm doing inside. Zarp. I'm doing inside. 1. Infinite Improbability AI. That does sound like a bot name. Oh, we just had 3, so I'm gonna start over 3 times. 3, 2, oh, 3, 3. Oh, we just had another one. 3, 3, 2. We just got 1, but it's time to get serious. 3, 2, 1. And done. Yep. Okay. Let's link it out. Create. Who got in first? Mike G. Mike G got in first. Why do I have... Nope. Okay. G. Who got in last? Raven. Okay. You just made it. You did. You were second to last. It's like something I would say. Dad counting down to you clean up your room. That's the same voice, yes. Get your entries in. Let's do a number between 1 and 13, because Holt said 13. Let's do a number between 1 and 13 while I put in another one of these pieces. Oh no, not again. I've read all of those books. Surprisingly docile for the moment. Oh, they're going to be out for a while now. Garrett said 8. Let's do 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and spin. What do we have? What do we have? Who do we got? Who do we got? Master Moon. Master Moon, congratulations. But are you here? You have 2 minutes to respond. Master Moon. Are you here? Congratulations. Master Moon. 220 millimeters for these other ones. 1, 2, that goes over there. Master Moon. Are you here? Congrats. Master Moon. 220. What do we got? Master Moon. Are you here? War Paint and Unicorns. Where'd that name come from? What's the origin of your name? 2 and 3, I think, is all I need of this one, because I already cut one. Master Moon, you have 36 seconds before you join the Polar Ted Club. Master Moon. 24 seconds, we'll find out. We need Polar Ted Club entry theme music. If someone came up with something good, I'd look to see what it takes to get it, be able to play it. Gotta be public domain though. Oh, Master Moon, you are a new Polar Ted Club inductee. Okay. Oh, This is twice recently. We've had people just skate in. Congratulations, Master Moon. I will look up your name and send you an email as soon as I get this seal installed that seems just a little long. Just made it. Yep, I do. I give it. If we haven't called a new name, if we roll, then we have contingency plans that I have to refresh my memory on what they are. But congrats, Masterman. Congrats. Let's see. Master Moon, all good. Master Moon's there. Let's go to the email. There's that, and okay, you should have an email here in a moment. Congrats. Always a latency of the stream too, so it could be close either way. There is 2 minutes though, John, or Admiral Dama. There are 2 minutes there. Stream delay got ya? Oh, no, not with 2 minutes. Oh, until almost polar 10 o'clock to respond. I hope not. I hope not. You should have an email. So let me unpin this, clean up my mess. Oh, I didn't mean to remove that. I meant to unpin it. There we go. I have not realized they were behind these. Oh, I get that. You're right. You're right. And then the description. Awesome. Okay. Let's see. I have gotten a couple of these on. So this side is done. This side, the bottom is done. Top in. I like the seal stuff though. Tops, both sides. Wonder if some TPU with a 0.4 millimeter little gap, because I think it's 3 millimeters, and I think the stuff I'm talking about, the colony clacker stuff for my micron. Wonder if a TPU with a little feature like this that locks in would work. Build your Doom printer and you can install the panels this way. I know. Hey, Richard. I need to. The problem is the extrusions I have are for a 2.4 250 build. This is my 2.4 250 build. Okay, so 2 sides are done. Now I just have the back. And let me get my meter stick, since my ruler here is not long enough. So what do we have? 360 and what were these? 360 and 240. So 360. Can those be installed on the outside? It says either way. You get a little better, it doesn't matter. You get a little better sealing if they're installed on the inside. I opted to install them on the inside. One 360. So yeah, my Doom extrusions are for this printer. And then two 240s, right? 240, yep. Okay, one solid cube. Measuring this outside of the printer is so much easier than trying to figure it out inside. And this stuff is, I mean, it's rubber. It stretches and compresses. So you just have to be really close, or somewhat close. YouTube having you approve that greeting. That's hilarious. When you build a Doom printer, you think all these 2020 are weedy and wonder how they stand up. You know what? I have quite a bit of extrusion that is the 30-30 rounded corners off of the Phoenix. I should do something with that. No bevels. What? No bevels what? What am I missing? Hey, Phoenix Colt. Is that how you say it? Phoenix Colt? No bevels. Oh, I'm not mitering this. No. It was not. I thought about it. It crossed my mind. It crossed my mind. No. I want to have some chance of finishing this today. This is actually going pretty quick for installing this stuff. Cool. Okay. Busy moving. Fun. Okay, so install the rubber seals. These will have to be cut to length. Inside or outside the enclosure. Okay, next. It doesn't make any real difference whether you put it on the inside or the outside. Okay, door. Secure two with blind joints as shown. This and these. That'll do. These away. It's extra. I think I'm going to end up using it. Let me just set it over there. Get some of this stuff out of the way. Go. Plea is not allowed to be on the stream for the coming steps. Well, we already put foam on panels. We already put foam on panels. Okay, slot in the appropriate panel. So how do I know what the appropriate panel is? Slot in the appropriate panel. It's the only remaining panel. The only remaining clear panel. That's odd wording. Slot in the appropriate panel. Possible the manual is developed in a different order than it was now sequenced in. That's true. I can still make fun. The one that does not need a hammer to install. Okay. The appropriate panel slotting in. I imagine. Go. Now, put in, install 3mm foam tape around the inner perimeter. Oh no. Are you serious? No. We did foam on frame for the colony clacker. I'm not gonna miter this though. What's the best way to cut panels like that? Well, acrylic laser is pretty nice, but you can cut that on your, careful on your table saw or whatever. Okay, so we just go around that. I think we will do this. We'll just go right around the inside edge is what it looks like. Yep. Okay. If this is a heated chamber, would it be better to put the seals on the outside so they don't shrink and expand as much? On the outside, you will have big giant air gaps from the slots. And it's not intended to be a sealed chamber, according to the Boxturtle folks. This isn't intended to be perfectly sealed. But even so, that's a pretty giant gap there. I have a CNC, but it always melts all over the bit. What plastic? You should be using a single flute. And then it's pretty much a matter of your tuning your settings. I cut acrylic and polycarbonate on my Shapeoko here all the time. Okay, we're gonna go right down the middle here. Oops, I don't want to stretch this at all. So when you're doing this, it's very easy to be pushing on the foam as you move across. And you'll notice that if you cut this to exact length, but you end up with several centimeters of extra material, it means you spent, you stretched it as you went along. Pulling this and then letting it relax, of course it ripped, the backing ripped. There we go. Let it relax, and then pushing straight down instead of, or minimizing the friction on your fingers here, will get you closer to a true to length setup. Right there. Go. See you, Andres. Do both the long sides, and we'll do the short sides in between. Just because. Oops. Bit over here. Okay. Look at that, no stretch. It's exactly where I cut it. Orange County Maker Fair coming up in we're leaving in 4 days. Whew, I have way too much to do, Bill. Way too much to do. I have a full week of work leading up to it as well, so. And one more. We will not get to any Jabberwocky stuff today. Something, if a little bonus time I'd like to, even if we don't get to Jabberwocky, I'd like to try something that I haven't tried on my own. I want to get this, on the printer, and I want to hook up a PZ standalone washer underneath one of the bed standoffs and watch it as I home and see if it triggers. Oh, I got a piece of go forward. I got a piece of the backing that stuck on this side. think that would be fun to try to see how it behaves. See if it's a reasonable chance for bed probing. I need to figure out what I'm doing for the Jabberwocky. I don't have any of the options that are default with it. Go. Heads up, I was rebuilding my brake caliper so it would have missed this stream. Oh. Okay. Install around the inner perimeter of the extrusions as shown. These will be cut to fit. Next. And then a door rubber, the seal. So we will do the same thing. So it should be a 360 and 2 that are longer than the others. So, right, just double check. 360 and 2 240s. Okay. Two 360, two 240s. 360. And 240s. Okay, that's how much is left over. Enough to have screwed up once on at least one panel. Okay, we will continue to go inside. Like this. I did not know that this seal stuff existed. I like it. You print it in TPU? I don't know. I think it's the same stuff from the clicky collect door. I haven't done a clicky collect door. The closest I've done is the colony collector on the Micron. Okay, these are miter cut, but I wasn't gonna miter cut this. Okay, install 4 M3 roll-in nuts in the approximate locations below. Okay, so foam on that side, so foam away from us, and roll in. These are M3s. Okay. TPU seals have been done and confirmed to work. Are they basically printing the same? I want a middle click. I keep wanting to middle click my mouse and rotate because that's what I do in Fusion. Okay. Assuming that the orientation of the nuts is modeled in. It looks like to the inside, pointing to the inside. So from there and pointing outside. Hey, Dr. Dave. Things are going well. Okay, next. Now we have these things. This is like this. And what do we have? Install the hinges as shown. So did you see, Robert, did you see my weirdness with the very loose pins? What do we have here? We have hinges. Where are the hinges? Where did I put those? That must be, yeah, that must be this one. You did not. The parts, my parts, I would say, are, if anything, let me grab one where it was really loose. So if anything, we are over extruding a bit, but hinge, where did I put that? Nope. Making all kinds of mess. Doesn't like it. Okay, so what do we have? So we have 2 and 3x8, 2 and 3x12s, and 2 and 3x18s. I'm guessing. Yeah, okay, so that's the 12, that's the 8. Top is the 12. And did I miss a nut to put in? No, that's a, oh, I must have missed the hammerhead for this. Okay, I must have missed the hammerhead for this one. So, top is a 12. Hey, Brian. Thanks for checking in. It's a slicer setting causing, it's possible. Absolutely. Something to note though, because so for these parts, I did do them on the core one with the new consistent, whatever, consistent walls. Oh yeah, so this, oops, let's get this over here. So that slots into the extrusion. Make sure that rotated right. It is not, but also I didn't give the Loctite any chance to cure. Rotating correctly. Even when I try to force it. So I should be able to push that in. Interesting. That won't rotate into place. Why is that? Why won't that rotate into place? It's a little odd. I should be able to, at the very least, force that to rotate in. Let's, what is causing it not to? It won't even all by itself. I think it might be a malformed nut. So let's try another one. That one rotates right in. So this is a bad. And I found it. This is a bad nut. I think you can see a little bump. It might not focus. A little bump there that I think is keeping it from. So I think that's just a bad hardware. It happens. So Thomas, what I do, and I don't know if you've noticed me doing this, I talked about it earlier, but I put some Loctite on it, threaded it into the T-nut to distribute it in there and minimize my chances of getting any on the plastic. And this is fresh, so it's not doing it, but yep, that rotated right into place now. As you'll see on some of these others, they're already going to be they're going to be stiff and work much better. Nothing a visit to the mill can't cure. It's not worth it for a little cheap. Tighten that. Alternate through these. It not worth it. Okay. The other side gets one of so this goes here. Is this a just there? So I think that's this one. So this is going to be, and if I can probably check it here, that is stiff. Let's see. We go to thread that in, it'll see it forces it over real nice and easy. What's the status of the mill? Is it up and running? Oh yeah, I've the printer stand that I assembled here, I squared up all the extrusions for it on the mill. Okay, let's do 0. Okay, so the other hinge piece, this one, goes on this side. There we go. This goes like that. 3x8 in the side. See you on solid cube. Okay. Now we have our, this guy. That is going right like this with 18s. Any of these down because I assume we're going to need to fine tune where those go. Okay, next, oops, next section. Aha. Next section. Right. Oh, it saved the color change this time. Last time it didn't. The section 1 to section 2 didn't retain my color change. Of course, I did change it on the one page that was having problems. So, install 4 roll-in nuts in their approximate locations as shown. Okay. And pointing in. Then on the other side, pointing out. Go. Oh, what do we have here? Secure the front skirt assembly as shown. Ah, I see. Okay, let's set this aside. And let's turn this on its head. Perfect. Okay, so this guy goes in here. All these T-nuts that we had put in before. Get those somewhat lined up. Wow. Okay. We're gonna have to loosen things up before that'll go in there. Hopefully we have enough. Hopefully we have enough compliance there. Those bottom ones are going to be hard to get to. Do we have enough? Let's look at this. push those out as far as they'll go. Solid one-piece skirt had a tad of play too. Yeah, this is definitely one of those design considerations when you are attaching, when your attachment points are opposing each other on a single part like this. You got to build in some way to accommodate that. I have a feeling there isn't enough here. We're going to split the center there, but we don't have any choice. So this is something that could probably be looked at, because that's quite a bit of, that is quite a bit of play there. I don't like it. There's not really much we can do about that. Napping. There's not much we can do about that. I don't know what to do about that. It's just gonna, you basically center this. Let me see what I can get for ball driver to get some of these tightened. So it just needs to be. Am I wrong though? Yeah, because I mean, you're not gonna move it. It's got an extrusion right here. So yes, you're wrong. I would have slotted these. I would have slotted these to allow that play. That's an easy solution. If these were slotted, it would work. It does not have gummies. I would probably slot those by a good 3 or 4 millimeters. For right now, we are going to gently tighten them. We're going to tighten these center ones such that everything is centered here. This is why streams are good. No one ever told me that tested it. Oh, yep. Please take it as constructive criticism and suggestions. So I think if I can give a suggestion as far as, I really think that's an easy fix. If you just slot these pieces, it'll go together way, way nicer without that over constraint. And that'll help with the monolithic one as well, because you've got to have, you compensate for shrinkage. Different materials, different, there we go. So I'm not tightening these. I'm just holding things in place, basically. You see one thing, did I do something wrong? The problem is I can't see this next one to tell if it's actually turning into the thing. I can kind of see it in the gap there, actually. Yep, there we go. That was a late add. Yeah. So there is a similar thing on Voron 0. The rear, on 0.2 or whatever was added, that rear skirt piece. And it's doing a similar thing of tightening, and it's not correct right now. something could be changed on that to improve it. I don't know what, but it's a similar situation where you're fastening something between 2 points and its dimensions aren't necessarily fully known. I don't believe in requiring calibration for shrinkage where it can be avoided, and here it can be avoided. So I'll stand by that. Okay, but we got past it. It's installed. It's secure. I think maybe even like 2 millimeters. I know you are. It's fine. Yes, absolutely. Maybe like 2 millimeters of slot would be enough there. It's really close. It actually pulled in. But this is, oops. Wrong, come on. Actually pulled in really close, but it is stressed. It is strained right now. But we'll see how it goes. Forgiving tolerances, designs that mounting points, like extrusions are great. Extrusions are really great for the way that we design printers and parts, because that's a whole dimension that you don't have to worry about. Those slots are a whole axis you don't have to worry about shrinkage in. Okay, lower front covers, woohoo! And we're gonna do these on the side because I have my all the stuff on the back, the turtleneck and things. So lower front covers. Looks like this is the side I'm doing first, and that goes right there. Okay, so this is gonna go on there. And okay. So this guy just goes in here into the end of the extrusion. Nice and tight. This guy there, another one of these. And then this guy, and 3, oops, there we go, 3x8 into there. Okay, next, and then the rear feet are these guys. Oh, and these guys, got it. So these guys go on the back. These are symmetric. Go. And the feet. So go like this. And these just get held on with the friction of the foot. So just kind of hold this in place. there, and I had a washer here. Took it off of something. Make sure you have a functional turtle before the bottom panel. Thank you for whoever put that note. There you go. That's probably a good idea. Robert, did you see the tweaks I made to the brush with heat sets? Who needs bottom panels? Okay. Secure the top panel with the appropriate panel clips as shown. We did. Okay, top panel. This. This tape. Lots of remnants. Oh well, we'll just put those to the back. Component names. Good night, Kobe. Okay, so we have all of these, and they are, to go through, make sure we have the correct one on the spot. So let's start here in the corner. That must be this one. To rotate into place. Other corner, flat one like this. To rotate into place is fun. I might be dealing with some other malformed T-nuts, but partially in place will be good. Back corners. This is not set. Fine. Joke's on you, bodies don't inherit component name. And here. Thing's worse than a dog's tail for knocking stuff off the table. Oh, and then the center ones. And at least I have a visual reference for center. Center of the grill there. Okay. Door prep. Install the upper hinge. Upper hinge. It's an M3x8. Loosely attach part C and D. Oh, that's that piece. Okay. That goes there. That's there. This would be that. And then we have these parts. This and this. With in 3x18. So those match. Go like that. Do a quick. Just top surface. And then that is the, yeah, that's correct. How warm does that get with 3 poly dryers? How hot have people gotten this thing inside? Does the controller in there have a spare thermistor output? I doubt it. It's pretty utilized, right? Okay, these are not tight. Adjust that when the door goes on. Okay, next. Latch. Slot the door into the dowels, adjust the latch to the appropriate locations, and tighten fully once on. Okay, so door is going to go on. There we go. This up. Now, why is that not closing? What is it hitting? It's hitting something. I think it's hitting here. So what can be adjusted? It's all pretty good right there. It's hitting the end there. It's hitting right here. Do some alignment on that hinge side for that. So if we did this guy here, is there anything we can put in there via just a little something? What do we have? Thanks, Desert Wolf. So if I can space this out a little bit, it'll shift the whole thing out, but I don't want to go too much. Let's just see how much this impacts it. Half a millimeter shim. Just see what this does. I was also thinking potentially foam tape, but I wanted to try something here first. I just want to see what this does. There, that's half a millimeter out. I think it's going to be too much. I'm assuming it's going to be too much. Doesn't rub anymore. And is there supposed to be is that what this guy is? Oh yeah, it's because that's why there were multiples of these, so you get this to be a friction fit, because there's no fastener. I'm not going to worry about that quite yet. However, yeah, okay, so this distance here, let's center the, what do we got here? We've got 235 millimeters. 235, and this thing is 70, so that's 165 divided by 2, so 82.5. 82.5 on either side of this. So if I take this up to 80, yeah, approximately. That'll center that. That'll be affixed. This can move to join it. I'm guessing that'll be right about there. Yep. Okay, so. Sweet. It is really, doesn't feel like that half. Maybe I could go, if I could go a little smaller than that half millimeter, but that's not bad. Let's see how this fits on. That's pretty tight. Let's see. Into the various versions of this. That's that holds on there pretty good. There we go. There were, like I said, there were multiple pieces of this, different tolerances. That is good. And sealed. Does not seal all the way on that side. It's tighter on this side than that side. Is this? Go. Yeah, it's still not sealing over there. I did the less tight. So we have the tighter. So let's swap out for the tighter. Are flat on the back, so you can adjust them on the extrusion as far as spacing too. Oh, well, for that one, I feel like, I don't know what the solution for that is, actually. Okay, so this has to come apart. I think I need the tighter latch here. So let's pull this off, put the tighter version on. Where gaskets come in and take up gaps. Right, but it wasn't compressing the foam over on this side. It wasn't compressing it. There was an air gap. Less of an air gap, but there's still a gap. I think the spacing over here, and I've loosened this and retightened it, so it's as much as we can do. As far as you have a few parts here that are of different tolerances to fine tune your fitment. Might be a good idea for at least this piece right here, this small piece right here, might be a good idea to have some different thicknesses so you can tune this in and out, which will change the angle. That's the only real way to change the angle of that door since this is all fixed. That's probably a good spot to do. It's a small piece. It's easy to have different like a, I don't know how you would do it, number them or something. Did you put the long screw in the tighter latch piece? I did not, thank you. I do need to swap that out. That's a good call out. That's a long-term durability thing here. The rebar screw, yep. Latches, the latch pieces are flat on the back. Oh yeah. Latches, not hinges. Latch pieces are flat on the back. Latch pieces. You're talking about these. Oh, so I could pull it. Okay, I get that. I get it. I could loosen these and pull everything in for a tighter fit. I squeeze that, we'll get a tighter fit as well. Okay. Probably a good thing. Yeah. I'm okay with that. I think the big adjustment is this angle at the door, because otherwise we were rubbing on the bottom here. Okay. Hey, Phil. Screw covers. Ah, those. What is that? Frame cover. Oh, I see. Oh boy. Okay. Let's do screw covers first. Screw covers. So I've got a bunch of these. Little armor turtle symbol. I guess this goes. Does this just snap in? I don't know how they snap in. There we go. In the back, push in on the front. Is that the intended? In the back, push in on the front. There we go. Those aren't coming out. To stop the rubbing, basically a 1 layer thick plate with a tongue that goes into. Yep, that's. I put a 0.5 millimeter shim on the behind this one, and that took care of it. And these are just a screw cover. That just go. Yep, there we go. Making it pretty. Go. Then, oh, these are going to be toasty. I put them, they're thin parts, so I put them on the Trident over here with the bed heated up, and they've been sitting there cooking on, they're annealed. I've got annealed ABS here for these parts. Yeah, they're all to get rid of the ABS strain marks, stress marks. Oh, good. Ooh, that was probably not the greatest idea. Let them cool off. I'm sure they'll be fine. All these accent pieces. There we go. Okay. Oh, we have seals to do. So we have install the vent seals. If your kit did not come with vent seals or you self-sourced your enclosure, you'll have to make these yourself. They can either be created from a foam sheet, the laser cutter, or by carefully placing foam tape. So this did come with a nice little die cut seals. So those all go on top. I guess the backing on these is a little stubborn. Oh yeah, it wants to rip instead of pull. There we go. These go on here. Like that. There we go. Well, I was mostly joking there, Spectra. I had the parts sitting on a hot build plate, and they've been there for 3.5 hours. But I do have a lab oven here for properly annealing parts. What do the seals do? They keep hot air in. Or they annoy tourists. Depending on where you are. We get a group of seals that come up here all the way to Sacramento on Sacramento River, hang out in the actually I think sea lions, whatever, hang out in Old Sac. Yeah. There we go. One more. You know what, John? I intentionally waited, and I intended only to wait for a couple of minutes, but I intentionally waited for you to remind me after the giveaway to give away gifted memberships. And you didn't. You did not. Or I didn't see it. So, of those that are remaining here, give away the 5 of the 10 I get to give away this month. Okay. Someone did. I was waiting for John to. It was John's job. Apparently some seals in South Africa have contracted rabies. Ooh, that's not good. Okay, that is done. Now, install the screw covers on the door assembly. I did that. I skipped ahead, I guess. Oh, we have other screw covers. We have 3 here. Okay, so we have this one and this one. So this goes on here. Is that just a nice, tight, quick? Yep. This one. Go. Look at this. Don't forget to give away 5 memberships. Hendrik, am I going to see you next in 2 months? Am I going to see you at Form Next? Oh, and then we have the reinstall the door onto the enclosure. Oh, I did it all on here. So, oops. So these I did. Those are done. Then we have these little things that go on. So that is these guys that did get a bit warpy on my hot build plate. So there are 2 different sizes here. Yeah, there's a shorter one that go here, and then they're not long enough to go here. So there's other ones for that. So let's see how these work out. I'm gonna probably have to reprint these because I let them get warpy on the bed, getting rid of the stress marks. So not Form Next, but 3. Oh yeah, I'll see you at 3D Printopia. Yeah. All of these, the little dovetail slots. Actually liked it. I think it's a cool idea. If I didn't let them get all warpy and messed up. So I'll just have to reprint those. They weren't like that when they came off the bed. They are quite warpy. Not ideal. When you leave them on a 110 build plate, instead of the 10 or 15 minutes I intended for 3.5 hours, it's a problem. I'm not even going to bother installing the rest of them. Well, no, I take that back. We're going to install them all. We're going to install them all because that finishes this. These aren't even gonna snap in as they're supposed to. It's not right, but whatever. Where did this one go? I think I printed 2. I think I printed 2 of the wrong one. I think this one needed 2, and this one probably didn't. Yeah, I think, okay, I needed to reprint anyway. Hit the sign. Nail them under a flat plate. Nah, it'll be easier just to reprint them. It'll take about 10 minutes. Wow, plus warm-up time. Okay, so that's that. And then the vent covers clip in where needed without hardware. Okay, so then the vent covers are talking about are all of these. And these go up here and just kind of seal between the foam. So if we put all these on here. And then the Polymaker dry box. Just take this part out. So this goes right there. You have to read it upside down, but ooh. Is there let's do some non-sanction checking. I don't know if this will come apart easily. This is warranty voiding. I have no idea what this looks like inside. Actually, I do. I've taken them apart before, but I don't remember. That's what I'm going to try to do. I'm going to try to flip it around. You can flip the screen. It's not in our preview. You're absolutely right there. You're absolutely right. This is you should not expect your dry box to be covered under any kind of warranty. Under any kind of warranty. Consider this your opportunity to see what's inside of one of these things. There's the bottom, which is nice. There's nothing connecting. Screws. This is our, so there's our little PTC heater. Fan blowing air through it. I don't like how 4 has become the copy and paste number for filament switchers. Oh, I would imagine for the size of printers that this style started with, that it was a matter of physical space. So now the question is, this thing will got some wires that are a little tight here. Go. Now I also imagine that would probably require a notch over here to move the wires. Let's see what happens. See how much slack we can get from different areas. That one is going to be, that is the tight one. That's interesting. That's a 2-pin connection going to just a ground. What is going on there? Is there a thermistor there? I'm glad I took this apart, because this isn't great. This isn't great. I'm glad I took it apart. Anybody see what's wrong? Yep, there you go, Raj. Yep. Let's take a closer look here. No, this is pinched, but it's been in here. It's not actually, this was here. This is, it's not my biggest concern. It's too big of a screwdriver for that screw. There we go. No, let me take it back. Let me take it back. That is a thermistor. That is a thermistor. It's not supposed to be crimped. They're using a terminal. No, it's not. It's not a problem. They're using a terminal just as a mount to hold the thermistor. I was wondering why this was 2 wires. And I kind of figured that there was a thermistor here, but it really didn't look like it. It's actually probably a thermocouple. So I take it back. I'm glad I investigated. That is proper. I mean, it's okay. There's nothing necessarily wrong with that. Yeah, that is fine. So where does the moisture go? What I would suggest when you're using these poly dryers, when you're actually using it as a dryer, I mean with their enclosures, is when you're drying it, pop the port so you have an air able to get out. That's what I do. So Thunder Keys has a good point. This is not a, it's not being used. It's used to keep dry filament dry. So you're talking about these holes. There you go. Okay. The dry box, no, not a dry box, the dryer. I guess they do call it a dry box, but yes, the dryer is included. This is supposed to be where the moisture escapes. I guess this isn't sealed, so sure. Okay, what do we have here from a, what can we do? Because this wire here, the thermocouple, you don't want to extend, you don't want to change this wire at all. You don't, if this is an actual thermocouple, which I think it is, you don't want to change that. If someone has, and it's probably okay, but it wouldn't necessarily be the greatest idea. What happens if we flip this around? Where are our limitations as far as, let's assume that this wire can come around that way. Can we even get it to go in the right spot? Not really. Yeah, you can probably reroute it. You could notch it in the opposite corners for both of these and probably do okay, although there is a little spot here to keep the thermocouple from rotating when you screw that in. You can just make a notch on the other side. You could. I'm looking at my options here. There we go. Okay. I would snip some slots in the opposite sides and switch the wires over. Yeah, those will definitely reach. The only two that are a problem are these two, and I think that's probably a reasonable thing. Let's unplug this guy. These connectors. Pretty sure it'll be long enough even if you leave it in the notch. I think if we did this and just change that just a little bit, it's to go in there. Pushing this beneath the corner there. Oops, sorry. Almost got it. What is stopping it from catching over here? Make sure the wires don't touch the heater when you're... Oh yeah, they're not. They're not. This is a little bit of a problem. I don't know how that all is going to go once this is settled in. I would probably say that my advice would be it's not worth it. I want to try something here first. Let's pull this back out. Let me just unplug all this stuff and let's just see if it even physically fits. Those are... There we go. Okay, we got the thing apart here. Let's see if this thing even physically will set and there's anything else in the way from setting it in there. Because it's not just sliding in. Why? Does it just slot in the other way? Yeah, it just drops right in this way. So there is something. What is it? Ah, there they are. So I'm pretty sure it might be those guys right there that are stopping it from dropping in that way. Yeah, that's causing that. So you can do all these things to make this work. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's find out if we can. I don't recommend this. I'm gonna cut these flush. Just gonna cut those off. Don't recommend it. Trim these. Just to make them completely flat. Just cutting away from me. There we go. Now, does it drop in? Yep. So that's correct now. I think it was those little plastic pieces. So now, if that is correct, will these plug in now and not put... Those are really... That's really tight. Oops. I'm checking just to make sure things still go together correctly this way. Yeah, that still goes together okay. Let's see if we can get any additional length out of this. That's still in its spot. It's about as much as we can get out of that. This guy plug in. Oh, it's that short from there, so. That goes there. This guy plug in is a big one. That'll plug in at least. Okay, so that plugs in. Now this has to come around this way. I don't think it's worth it. Let's go there. Just leave that the orientation it was in. And then we need to make a little notch here, apparently. I don't want to just snip it because I don't want to crack the plastic. Instead, I'm going to grab a blade, just an X-Acto blade. So right there, that is there. Straight through. I'm going to go about the same depth as the other one. Now I'm going to use the X-Acto knife to widen it. And then chamfer the edges. Did I mention before, don't do this? We've mentioned that, right? Don't try this at home. Polymaker police, I know. Okay. I mean, you saw how many times I looked at this and said, nah, we don't want to do it. I mean, every one of those is valid. Okay. That means everything's in, all the wires are out of the way. That's all there is to it. I told you, Holtz, don't try this at home. Most people who have OCD and the screen would drive the distraction. So hopefully, at the very least, if there is some thing here is, yes, many people are going to try this anyway. Hopefully we showed a little more about what to expect. Maybe some potential ways of mitigating the issues, and a major care to not pinching wires, to understanding that your warranty is void. Oops. But it is going to be a whole lot easier to use. People are going to try it at home, I know. But hopefully that helps. Fewer people will have problems who decide that it is worth it. Hopefully fewer people will have problems now. Or at least of the 180 of you that are still here will realize. Exactly. We should probably see if it still works, right? Power it on. I read mine upside down when I use them on my cereal boxes. Where am I gonna get power? I've kind of used up all my spots. What is that? Yeah, that'll work. Let's go here for a moment so we don't get major shaky cam. That button not pushing. That button's not pushing, but what did I do that would have stopped that button from pushing? See, I screwed it up. Let's find out what. It's not a ta-da, because it's not right. That button not pushing, and I think that's what's causing an error. Let's find out why. There are lots of gotchas. Yep. Lots of gotchas. Okay. Plus we can double check, make sure we didn't pinch any wires, any other spots. I want to check something here. That goes on. Okay, that's symmetric, so it's not. Let's see what's going on with that button. It's probably something with, yeah. So that's there when that pushes in. So it's pushing now. This is low voltage. It's 24 volts. I'm not exposing anything because it's got a wall wart. It's loud. So it still works. So it still works. When it bolts together, this is being pulled back, I think. Here's the bottom line. I wouldn't do this. I think what's going on is when this bolts in, it's pulling this back, and that's not a great thing anyway. I can't, oh, yep, there it is. If I pull right like that, this button stops working. So I think this is pulling back and causing that to stop work. Now, I don't think it's a matter of wires. It's not a wire thing. I think, oops, what are we focusing on? There we go. I don't think it's a wire. Wire lengths we mitigated. That's all fine. This connector location, you don't want to start notching this. You're starting to open things up. Those connectors are under strain. So I would say we've looked at it. I'm going to reverse this because I don't think it's a good idea. And now we know why. This is pulling back on here. If this just came right on here and this was able to be, I mean, it touched, but it's not necessarily putting strain on these connectors, then whatever. But I'm going to officially say it's not a good idea. And we're going to reverse this. I'll have a notch here, but that's okay. They don't seem super concerned about this sealing super well. But that is quite a bit of strain there. So my official recommendation is it's not worth it. And hopefully now you understand and know why. So this is all going to wrap around that way. And this comes around here. That's right there. Look how easy this goes together when it's put together the right way. This back around, same relaxed. State it was in. I don't think it's not a matter of the these connectors, these power connectors pushing it up against here is a bad idea. And what's going on is no matter how much it's tightened, the case is tightened. If you're not going to fully reassemble it, and if it's not fine in its reassembled state, then it's not a good idea. It's not. Let's see how much this is all, everything is fine here. What I would say is this might be an opportunity for Polymaker to release some maybe a configuration option that flips at least to the display. The display itself would be neat. Maybe a key combination to flip it over, where you're not making a unique SKU. I wouldn't do a new case for something like this. You're dealing with something that does heat. It is a PTC heater. It is DC voltage. It's not AC. There's a lot about this that makes it a safer product than a DIY something. But I wasn't going to go there, Lucas. I think that's beyond. That's certainly something that someone could do and mitigate some of that. There we go. Why don't we make it capacitive touchscreen at the same time? That wouldn't be too bad dealing with the buttons backwards on here. But if you could flip over, make an orientation change on the display by holding down plus and minus or something for 5 seconds, that would be an interesting thing that PolyDryer could do in software to keep people from feeling like they want to try to flip their screen around. Hi, Rebecca. Welcome. Okay, we are we're at 5 hours for a for a Boxturtle Enclosure build. We did a few extra things here. We also did the nozzle scrubber. Just go for the handstand and you see it correct. Enhanced PolyDryer now takes 5 minutes to boot like Linux. Hey, Photosmint. Howdy. I did want to get into Jabberwocky stuff, but it would have just been looking to see if how it goes together, as far as, where did I put those? Where did I put those? Oh, they're right there. Just general assembly, making sure I have all the right things. Here's the front cowl. Lots of modeled in supports that we get to see how well they come out. It looks like pretty reasonably. I mean, some of those surfaces end up ugly, but I think they get hidden. So I will make sure I have all the stuff printed for that for next stream. The yeah, I don't. Things like that are on there. Yeah, that gets mostly hidden. Their little calibration cube, the Swiss cheese cube, as it says. So, but this did take, as typical, the expectation of how long things will take or needs to be calibrated. But anyway, Orange County Maker Faire next weekend, so no stream. I will figure out when we're going to do the member stream this month. It'll have to be one of the off weekends, but if you're going to be at Orange County or 3D Printopia, then I hope to see you there. We will be doing a stream on the weekend between the events. So there's a link for an angled mount for the poly dryer display in stream chat. Okay. So with that, thank you everyone. Thanks Polymaker for letting me give away a roll of filament. Thanks to LDO for the kit here. We'll get this put on the printer and do some prints hopefully in the next stream and go from there. So have a good next couple of weeks. Have a good rest of your weekend. Take care everyone and enjoy the build.